Hey guys. I'll probably put the music down a bit, can't I? Yeah, looks good. Howdy, howdy. Hey Blue Ying, how you doing? Did you recharge your phone? Did I? What? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah. I got that all sorted out. I did that after work. It was annoying. I do remember things way better than I do. Not even your phone. I am just preparing some stuff for later today. It is our production phase chart. Yes, that looks okay. That needs some adjusting. If you didn't read the tweet that I sent out, we're actually going to be doing Cauldron Chronicles development, but then afterwards I want to go over a couple of things relating to production, although I think that they're very useful things to know regardless of your position on the team, and that is the known unknown matrix as well as the production phase chart, which is a little less rigid. Every company kind of has their own definitions of phases, but I think this one provides the most generic, at least a good starting point. So if you've ever been like wondering what a vertical slice actually is, or what an alpha is actually defined as, this is what it looks like. And then you can, compare that to what other companies are calling their vertical slice, their alpha, to see if they're actually calling it, if it's actually that, or if they're kind of bullshitting you. Dryo was great. Yeah, it is. It's It's a little clunky to use sometimes, and it isn't maybe as fully featured, but it's fucking free. It is free. And that is a big piece of value right there. This is not pre-production. I had a mistake originally. I had first playable to vertical slice as part of pre-production, but it's actually part of production. So this is pretty old, so I'm just trying to update it so that when we actually go over it later, it's much better. Okay. Yeah, it is 1 a.m. But thank you for showing up. You were just trying to compare who's more handsome. Probably him. Yeah, no worries. I mean, I hope to see you guys more. I know you guys thought my camera's too dark. It probably is too dark. But I need to get like a nice ring light or something to shine in my face. It's probably just the auto exposure too, because I have it pointing up at the lights up there. Who knows? I'll get it fixed though. I need that and a stream deck. And light. I mean, a better camo would be nice too, so. I got a lot to buy. But I should be getting a paycheck this week, so maybe I'll spend some of that on it. Yeah, but vertical slice is not a part of pre-production. That is a part of production, so I need to fix that. I'm dumb. Okay, let's see. Actually, it's gonna. I mean, it's more like what is needed to leave. What is needed to start an alpha? All tools, software necessary to production phase. I mean, that's true. Finalized gameplay loop and pillars, absolutely. Good to do a first round of cutting content and plans. Yes, I agree. Like I say, I agree. I'm the one that fucking wrote it. God, I'm so dumb. Production schedule and blueprint. I mean, it's good to have at first playable, technically. We have multiple slides here, so slides, pages. I mean, you would also have a production schedule and blueprint, like a production blueprint, so to speak, here at Vertical Slice too. Because at that point, when you've done your vertical slice, you should know the amount of time that it's going to take to create the content you wanted, and you do the cutting, and that's when you can create your full production schedule. Or just say updated production schedule. Because you would create one at the start of working on your vertical slice. Nobody wants to work on a vertical slice forever, right? Drinking a martini and the waitress screamed, does anyone know CPR? Hell, I know the entire alphabet and we all laughed and laughed. Except one person. Pretty good. I kinda like martinis. But I'm more of like an old-fashioned person. Old-fashioned, Manhattan. Those are my go-tos. Not a huge fan of like the super dry drinks, right? Same with like a Negroni. It's like, I'll drink it, but I'll take your finest bourbon instead. Me. Prototype code is entirely scrapped. True process becomes irrelevant and chaos is abandoned. Process becomes relevant and chaos is banned. 100% true. All aspects of development can become important here. Greatest mini version of our game. Means that you will polish, iterate, and bug fix constantly. That's true. Regular playtesting. True. Defining pipelines, guidelines, and documentation. Yes. I kind of want to clarify here too. vertical slice. I like to use I've been trying to like define a good term to use to define vertical slice. And for me, I think that the easiest sentence is that assets are release quality and pipelines are production ready. Like, this is where you iron out as many question marks as possible. Or at least you solve a Moscow Mule. I do like a Moscow Mule. Moscow Mule is pretty good. I also like a Polish Mule. Because Polish people don't like Russians. For good reason. So they prefer to use Polish vodka. But it's essentially the same thing, right? But I know that a lot of people use... Dark and Stormies are really good too. I know that a lot of people use ginger ale instead of ginger beer. And you have to use ginger beer in a Moscow Mule or a Polish Mule. Ginger ale is not the same thing. Very different taste. Alpha phase, white boxing. Okay, I think that looks good. I just need to add this section. Ginger ale is a great option if you don't enjoy sweet. Well, I think because ginger ale in the U.S., or at least like Schweppes ginger ale or something, is pretty sweet. I think it's just that it's less like spiced than ginger beer. Not like spicy, but like spiced. I think ginger beer is just like a much richer, stronger flavor. And ginger beer is ginger ale is more like a drink. Yeah, ginger ale is like, I guess if you have nothing else, you can throw it in. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. It is more like a soda. It's really good. It's really hard to find though in Poland. Or at least I used to find it more commonly, and now I have to buy like some expensive specialty brand of ginger beer, or I don't know, find a shop that actually carries just the Schweppes ginger beer. Like, I don't want to pay a shit ton of money for fucking ginger beer. And again, Mule is pretty fucking tasty. So. Right? Good enough. Gonna soda stream and buy ginger flavored cordial. If I had enough space for something like that, I might do it. We don't even have enough space for putting our groceries. Remember, we're in Europe. We don't have any space for anything. And I'm poor. Because I spend all my money on games and electronics. Like, I've wanted to get like a dehydrator so that I can make my own beef jerky. We don't even have enough space for that. I can still do it in like the oven, but it's just... It'd be nice if I could just have something off to the side making it, you know? Should buy more space. I will try to download more space online and see if that works. I did that for RAM and it worked really well, so. Maybe there's an NFT of space out there that I can get. Then I'll own it, right? I'll actually own more space. Okay, this looks pretty good. Sorry. Wanted to make sure I had this all ready for later. No, matrix. Need a good image of this. This is a good image. Let's use this. If you didn't hear, I did switch the music over. I mean, I like the RuneScape music a lot, but apparently also they don't claim it for Twitch streams or YouTube. We'll see how true that is. But then I won't have to get copyright strikes, and we can listen to some nice music. Dude, Minecraft has great music too, so... But I think they would make claims. I would love to play the Minecraft, like, alpha soundtrack. I love it. Space is at the dark web store. You ever been on any of those dark web stores? It all looks so... It just... How can anybody trust that? You just buy some illegal drugs from this random person I don't know and hope that they don't just take my money and go. That'll work out well. Not that I'm buying any illegal drugs. I haven't even ever used like a weed or anything. Just a little baby. Little baby with my alcohol. Don't give babies alcohol. I think the people on there regularly worry too much about trust. You know, but wouldn't it make sense? Like, why are they on these? Why are they using like an Onion browser, right? Usually because they're trying to do something that they don't trust others with knowing that they're doing. So you would think that they would have trust issues. I mean, maybe that's just me. I would think that they wouldn't trust. Then again, it's like you have an addiction, right? So I guess you don't care as long as you have the potential of receiving the thing that you're addicted to. Oh my god. Okay, today we are cleaning up the alchemy table blueprint to start, because this is unacceptable how sloppy this is. I'm sure they don't go out and drop a mill on, I don't know, a liver without testing with smaller trends. With like appendices. Or something like cheaper, like some human intestines or something. You know, I assumed you meant a human liver. It doesn't have to be. Maybe it says more about me than you that I assumed that it was a human liver, so. Yeah, I don't trust this person enough to buy a liver from them, but I don't know, maybe a rib bone, just a test. Can carve it into a knife later or something. $10K on bathwater. The sad thing is the people selling that don't even need to use the dark web to sell it. I think they should though. Okay, let's make a couple of event graphs here. Let's just make one of like just input actions, and we will move the probably the click and drag, and then all of this as well. You don't technically have to take a bath before First before selling it. True. I mean, there's no proof. Like, I'm somebody that uses a lot of soap when I bathe. There would be no real way to know that I used it or not. You could just fill up a bath with some, like, you know, some bubble bath mix and then just sell it. I think you could make like a really high grade of this bath water by like getting really sweaty first and then getting into a bath with and using no soap, just wiping off all that stuff and then selling it. What I'm saying, how would they know? I don't think they do know. I think they're so delusional in their own simp world that they think that it's true. I think we're overthinking. I think some pretty ladies are just doing it to make some money, and that's about as deep as it goes. Probably. Main alchemy, click that out. The only time we pull out. That's not true. That's not true. Kids, make sure you pull out. I don't mean kids, like young kids. I mean like, as in people younger than me. It's a term of endearment. 20 bucks, 20 bucks. It's like saying guys, you know, I'm saying kids, as in like people younger than me. Not children. Children don't bang people. Okay, dude, I'm already on lists. I'm on lists. I like being on lists because it makes me feel special and important, as if I matter. So, and you know, if the government is big and they're special, they're important. So being put on a government list means that I'm being observed and accepted by special and important people, right? Because like nobody cares about your neighbor Susan's list of people that mean the most to her. Nobody cares about Susan. But everybody knows the government. Everybody seems to care about the government. So a government list is like, that just means that you're really special. You can say it on first dates. I'm on multiple government lists. Wanna bang? FBI, open up. Okay, camera. Oop. I can drag Unreal from down here. Excuse me? How did I do that? The fuck? Cauldron checker, Cauldron logic, interactable message, in play. We can keep stuff like this there. The tick trace, I think, is going to get larger. Camera switching will definitely get larger, I think. This will too, for sure. The only thing about this playlist is that it's only 2 hours long, so we're gonna have to make sure that we find some other. I mean, the game has what? How many tracks does old school RuneScape have? And RuneScape 3, like 500, 600 or something at this point. 751. So I'm sure we'll be fine. Because this playlist is only about 40 of them. Camera switching event. Move the tick. Make a tick graph. Pressed Control V 3 times and it didn't do it until the third. And it made me scared. Is like, did I just delete my entire tick trace logic? What the hell? Yeah, it's fine. Tick trace, tick graph. The thing is, we're gonna have also the other 2 camera views, right? We'll have the cabinet, the storage cabinet view, and then we'll have the preparation station view. Preparation station. Dude, it is so hot in my office. They like heat this place. I don't have control over the heating or cooling in here, sadly. And they just pump hot air in here, and I can't open up the door because I'm streaming. I don't want to, like, you know, bother the other people out there. And I don't have, like, a window because this is a prison, so just fucked. I'm just gonna sweat. I have a couple of playlists that I really enjoy listening to in the evenings in a Discord. Probably not for listening to on stream though. No, but that'll be nice to listen to if we... There are some cases, like if we're streaming something that we don't want to upload to YouTube later, and we don't care about the VOD, we could listen to. Or if I stream from home, I can probably I can set up the audio track so that the VOD and YouTube video won't have the music playing. But I can only do that right now if I stream from home because my streaming computer here is not strong enough to do 2 encodings. I'll do maybe like an alchemy click. I think this alchemy click might have to be refactored at some point. No, I don't think it will. I don't think it will, but I think when switching between stations, the correct way to do this will be creating different input mapping contexts That way we can reuse the left click and right click without having to have like super complex graphs here to account for that. I mean, granted, we could always just like switch on station enum, right? Which we should have a station enum actually. Create station enum, track which table you're at. That would be wise. How many stations are there? Just 3. Will that change? It's a good question. During gameplay. I mean more like the individual aspects of the alchemy table. Just because we want to break it up into... Hold on, I can just... We want to break it up so that you can do stuff with ingredients. You can like grab them, determine which ones you might need, and then send them over to like the preparation station, and then to the alchemy table station. You start with just one and then add more stations for unlocks. I don't think so, but the only thing it depends on is if brewing a potion, in my opinion, the only thing it depends on is if brewing a potion takes time, or you do it instantly. Because if it takes time, if you like do it and it's like, okay, brew done in 12 hours, it would make sense to have multiple. But if you can just prepare it and then bottle it up there, I don't think there's any point to have more than one, personally. I also think that just having one, in my opinion, makes it more unique and special, rather than like a factory. I don't think we don't want to go for like the factory vibe, right? Cozy. What's cozy? I think I'll move these to their own graph too for like alchemy station ones. Oh, the vibe. I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, we don't want the game to feel like but during the tutorial stages, we unlock stations during that. You mean like the different aspects of this table? Like these 3? Call it alchemy graph. Then we'll have like ingredient cabinet graph and processing graph. I'm not sure. I think it will just be... The ideal for me would that be that your relative, right, that we talked about yesterday, leaves some information to help you get started, and it may guide you in some way through that. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I think, I'd like it to all be existing, because it's, the idea is that your relative lived there with you before, and now they have to leave. That's at least the idea that we're going with right now. So it would be moderately stocked, maybe, or maybe it's like low in stocks, but only of the basic things, and that's what you need to do is create, your first potion using what's left, and then go out and collect more and start building up your own stock of ingredients to utilize. And that can be, hey, time to get out into the open world and see the pretty animals and flowers. I think that would be pretty cool. Like, we start the player in the hut, and then when they're done with the tutorial, we push them into the open world and we say, it's your oyster, have fun. This is your path now. Do what you need to do. All right, we need to... Are any of these variables on you? I guess we could just find references. Get alchemy state. Do we use alchemy state anymore? I think that was the old state that we did that combined the tick trace and the camera state. And I don't think this is used anymore. Let me search all blueprints. No, it's not used. Okay, let's update the BPI then. Get alchemy table state. Fair warning, I might be getting some lunch today, but that's not for sure yet. That'll just be a small break. It's some red curry with chicken downstairs, and that seems pretty good. No chem transform. No, we use this. Definitely use this. How many people are on the team? It's hard to explain. Microraptor's like very loosely organized right now, and it's not official. Like nobody's hired. It's really just people who believe in the same values and ideals, want to make themselves better and as great of a developer as they can, who know how to suppress their ego, and when the time comes when we do start having the ability to pay people, they can fill a role in the team to build Cauldron Chronicles or our other games. And, just kind of work independently. They have some prior experience. It's very unofficial right now. So you could say 3, but it's really just me at the moment. But there are some people that are like, they need money right now. They absolutely need the money because they don't have any. So they're trying to find work and they don't have time for Microraptor. But when we do have the money to pay them, I will hire them. Just because I know that they're good, I know that they know what they're doing, and I know that they believe in our values and want to work with us, so. That's why getting to vertical slice for us is so important. It's because we can get that funding and we can get the ball rolling immediately. Like, I wish some people had some time to put in a little free time to help with this, but I can't expect it. I certainly don't judge people for not wanting to work for free. Why alchemy graph? Oh, putting that alchemy. Jesus. Like, to be clear, I'm not asking people to make things for us without some form of compensation in the future. It's just we don't have anything to pay anybody with right now. So if you're gonna like join Microraptor and build Cauldron Chronicles or something, it's a long-term investment with the expectation that at the end, not only will you get a full-time job, but you'll get compensated for some past work, and you'll be part of the team full-time. I'm not working for any money. Anything that we make through like Twitch or YouTube or whatever, or a Patreon if we set that up, or donations through PayPal, it's all going to development, all of it, 100%. We need to pay for this stuff to make this game. My part-time job can sustain me for now, and yeah. Okay, we need I think we need a couple of variable categories. We need ones that apply to the alchemy station, right? To separate it from the other two stations that we want to have, the ingredient cabinet and the processing station. Then we need one for like generic. Like ingredient found is kind of it's more of like a generic category. Just because we'll be manipulating ingredients on all three stations to some extent. Last hit location used for. That's the click and drag of ingredient. I would say that that's generic. B is at tape. We actually use this? Oh, that makes sense. It's for the I see. It's used for the trace. We probably need that. Ingredient hover, generic. As ingredient picked up, generic. Original camera transform. We could just label that as camera. Generic. Oh no, I don't want to like lump everything into generic. Tick, let's call this tick trace. Ingredient hovered. Just line trace, not tick trace. Hold on, no, let's be very specific here. Because there might be other cases where we're doing tick traces, but for the other tables. This is very specifically for ingredient dragging. Ingredient hovered. I haven't heard tick trace. It's more of like, that's the way I refer to on tick, on event tick. I do a line trace, so it's more like me referring to this event tick line trace that I do. It's combining two aspects that you probably know about. It sounds real though, doesn't it? Like tick trace. Oh no, my hold on, I gotta plug in my Christmas lights. Can't forget that. Hey Casper, how you doing? I bought some new Christmas lights for my home yesterday, but they are like 3 times as bright as these. And it's like blindingly bright Christmas lights. And like, I can't put these inside my fucking apartment. We're gonna flashbang ourselves. Don't know anything about coding? It's not hard to look. If you're decent with logic, and I just mean like thinking things through and putting smaller pieces together to make a bigger piece. Like if you're good with like, I don't know, like puzzles and stuff like that, you could probably learn coding pretty easily. The thing is, some people aren't good with traditional coding, and some people, you can learn, it's true, you can learn logical thinking, it is true. But some people are good with like traditional coding, some people are better with visual coding. Play the Scratch level when I was a kid. Same, dude, y'all did. I mean, you can learn it like really easily through using like Game Maker. Game Maker is great. Playing like Little Big Planet and making your own levels is like, you know, the same kind of thing. Just play with the really easy ways to make these kinds of things. It is Christmas, Razor, by the way. It's always Christmas. There's never a bad time to put up lights. How do we use this? This is also for the click and drag. That's for zoom. Right? This is more generic, actually. Like beginning of my coding adventure, I was thinking that I suck at it, and it just came with time. I mean, same kind of thing for me too. But I still struggle so hard with traditional coding. I can't do it. A little bit of experience with Blender. I am so bad with Blender. I think it's just because of how different the controls are that I actually feel better using like 3ds Max or something. But really, they all can produce the same results. So really, the best one to use is the one that you're most comfortable with. There are some cases where they'll want you to use something that they have understood in their pipeline already, or have integrated with their pipeline. Usually because they have, you know, tools that and scripts that work between the two. But a lot of it is just if you like to model, use the program that works best for you. They all output to the same files anyway, right? Yeah, it's true. Just do what you enjoy. I agree. I tried modeling, I tried texturing, I've tried coding, I've tried animating, creating visual effects. None of them really were that fun for me until I was like starting to design and do some stuff with blueprints. And that's what I think is just like, I'm going to be a systems designer. I'm going to be a technical and systems designer. And since then, that's what's been just really enjoyable to me. Learning to code for 2 to 3 years before getting decent. I made a DOS text RPG. And that was my first like full game that I coded myself. So it's you know, it's all assembly language. That was pretty fun to do. Visual perception disorder? What is that? Come on, everybody, let's come out with your disorders. This is a trauma support group chat now. It isn't. You don't have to say these things if you don't want to. I'm not forcing you. I'm just joking. I don't want to be NPC in your Skyrim playthrough. I want to be an NPC child in your Skyrim playthrough. I talk shit and you can't do anything about it. Unless you mod, of course. Yeah, I'll pass on it. Yeah. Let's just agree that we're all just fucked up individuals with really fucked up medical histories and family histories. Let's put this in a camera category. Alchemy HUD ref we can put in generic. I'm gonna put this in its own like state enums. Maybe that'll be good. We have like camera. Let's put the camera here. Let's do alchemy trace state. I'm gonna put that in generic for now. Dyslexia, dysorthography. Never heard of that in autism. Dysorthography. Interesting. I didn't learn to read more than 4-letter words till I was 14. Really? Wow. We have pretty different experiences. I was reading chapter books. It was either kindergarten or first grade. Then again, I can't really learn other languages very easily, but I know English very well. It's weird. But the agnostic, dyslexic, insomniac, they stayed up all night wondering if there really was a dog. That's good. I like that. You made fun of me until I cried when we first met because... No, I didn't. That's complicated. That's a misrepresentation. I feel attacked. Look, I'm the victim, okay? I'm quarter insert demographic group, okay? Last camera state, let's put here. Ingredient transform. Name of this? Ingredient transform before drag. Oh, good. Nah. I know. We're just shitting on each other. But now everybody in chat's like thinking like, oh my god, he makes people cry? Makes fun of their problems? I mean, I do. I make fun of my own problems though. I'm a jester, okay? I'm a jester. Keep tracing it. Put this in ingredient drag. Let's make a new, do some alchemy station. Yeah. What a bully. Did you guys get bullied in school? Okay, maybe I shouldn't have so nonchalantly asked that question. Did you guys experience childhood trauma? No, I got bullied when I was school. I avoided people too much to get bullied. I always wanted to fit in, and I never did. I always wanted to be cool. And I don't know why, but it was just because I never really fit in with any group. I just went to school, so I was taller and fitter. Super lucky to not get bullied. Schools in Poland are weird. Okay, I mean I dropped out of high school, so I guess I didn't really have a traditional school experience either. Tick trace hit actor. Widget interactions. Media pic. This is more like ingredient dragging. Widget interaction distance is more generic. Tick trace hit actor. Ingredient. I'm gonna change this to like ingredients. There's ingredient variables. Acceptable. It's almost 2 and I need to sleep. Thank you so much for showing up. Hope you have a nice sleep. Say hi to Z for me. I won't dox his name on. But say hi to him for me. Hope he's doing well. Hope you're both doing well. I really feel like butterscotch ice cream. Yeah, what are your guys' favorite flavors of ice cream? That's a good question. For me, I actually have a really strong liking for a tasty vanilla. A really good quality vanilla is just so good. I also really like mint chocolate chip and cookie dough. Cookies and cream is good. And occasionally a good like brownie one. You know, like the chocolate ice cream with like pieces of brownie in it. That's good too. That's butterscotch ice cream. Hot chocolate fudge, bro, dude. Dude, that is like diabetes in a bowl, and it's okay. Lyron again? Oh my god, this man is stalking me. Let's give him a shout out. Cause since I learned out how to do this. Look, I can do it now. I'm a professional streamer, guys. God damn it, get affiliate already. Look, guys, if you just rated, please give me a follow. And look, you can even do this. If we get it, wait, hold on, let me check. If just 4 of you follow until I get affiliate, you can unfollow and hate me forever. Because the affiliate unlock is permanent for our channel. But I would prefer if you didn't unfollow. Free hater pass? Yeah, I mean, like, sometimes being a hater is kind of fun. Or let me put it this way, sometimes complaining is fun. I'm the world's biggest complainer. Hold on, I'm just gonna unfollow real quick. I don't know how, cause like it tells me that I have 47 followers, but then I'll show you guys. So it tells me I have 46 followers here. Here it tells me I have 47 followers. I don't know which one is real anymore. I'm just gonna wait for their email. Like, hey, you got affiliate. Bozo. You suck and moderate. Can't just do anything today, your golden ticket. Isn't that like essentially what VIP is though? When was your last follow? The affiliate achievement stats might take a while to update. Yesterday. I don't know what time, it just says yesterday. Also, if you guys want me to follow you, like, cause I know some of you stream, just tell me on Discord. Like, don't be shy about it. I'll give you a follow back. I just forget. I go home, I'm tired, and I just zone out. Okay, so we've broken it up into event graph, input actions, camera graph, tick graph, and alchemy graph. That way then we can have separate things for the other two things here. Should be okay. I still need to get plastic set up for this because Cuthbert, you might want to, or I might need you to help me out with developing some aspects of this. So it'd be good if we got a plastic repo up. I'm gonna do my craving for sweet food and also maybe tackle the doggo for fun. Look out, doggo. Oh, also I got, we can replace some of these placeholder icons. Brought my USB drive here. I can even stream on channel code stuff if you want to have stream continuum. Absolutely, yeah. I don't know how familiar you are with streaming, but I can help you with anything that you need, and especially like the graphics we use if you want to use those on your side as well. And then I can just give you access to the stream key. You should be able to stream. We'll get in touch on Discord and stuff, right? And we can get it all set up. Should I put like a little Microraptor logo to like watermark our content? I should do that. I could do a little one, a little baby one in the corner or something, right? What was I doing? Oh, I was getting the art. Look, I've got a bunch of like icons and stuff. Like herbal icons. Mushrooms. View. Yeah, now we're talking. What did we have? We had a shiitake mushroom and mint. I think those were the only two, right? That we didn't have icons for. Yeah, shiitake and mint. Okay, so let's see if we can find something that kind of works for that. Shiitake are brown, aren't they? So something like this would probably work. Wait, how does shiitake look? So maybe like this one. Maybe this first one. This first one's pretty good actually. Take. And then grass and leaves. I mean, I guess it kind of is considered, lavender's kind of considered a grass, right? Nah, no, let's check flowers. I mean, it's I guess kind of like this, maybe? Because we already used this one. Oh no, we have lavender. We want mint. Mint. And that is more of a grass. Mint. Mint, mint, mint. Maybe like this is kind of minty. Yeah. By the way, I'm actually really into mycology, which is like the study of mushrooms. If I can have my own place someday, I want to grow my own mushrooms. Like not the psychedelic ones, but just like I just like the idea of growing fungi. I think they're really cool. And then you can eat them. You can make some like nice mushroom stew or fry them up with some vegetables and meat. Yum yum. Okay, let's delete the mint. Rename this. And same here. Then we can re-import them. Beautiful. Well, now they should have the better icon. I kind of want to make the icons for these two just so I can stop not having them. We'll just make some placeholder ones maybe. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that today too. I think this is pretty organized, so actually I'll just make these icons now. And that was for light requirements, seasons, and biome. And use Paint 3D. Making them at least 256 by 256 will be perfect, personally. Lower opacity, add a background image behind the panel as well. On these? I don't have anything else. I don't have anything else on this. It's not that I prefer like Photoshop personally. But let's just say if I put Photoshop on this computer, it would be how to describe it. It would be like if you printed your own money. And think of the word that you use to describe that. That would be the version of Photoshop that I can afford. Let's put it that way. Take the icon for the ingredient, drop it down to 10% and scale it up to fill the whole box. Move it to a Z level below the text and UI elements in the box. Oh, I see what you mean. In addition to having the icon. I don't know if they're big enough for that though. I don't know what the size of these are. They're only 256, and this is, they're a little bit larger than this image here, so it would look really pixelated, unfortunately. Yeah. But when we get real icons made and not just placeholder, we can think about doing something like that. At that point, I'll get a UI designer in to help out, right? I don't want to take any chances with my own UI design. This is the stuff I would pass to a UI designer, and I would say, please make it look really pretty. Change whatever you need. I'm not an artist. Have fun. All right, so we have these like light requirements. I think we can. full sun icon. I mean, we can probably just find stuff like this and... Oh, these won't have opacity. Wait, can I export? There we go. Transparent canvas, okay. Perhaps if you're categorizing the ingredients into like flowers and fungi and body parts, you have one piece of fancy low opacity art for each category. That could be pretty cool. That could be pretty cool. I don't want black. I would rather have a colorful icon. But I think all of these have background. All my suggestions are just suggestions. Well, I just don't know what it will look like yet. I can envision it, I just don't know if it'll look good because I have a really bad mind for artistic things. Like, I have a good imagination. I can think of pretty things, but I don't know how to create them myself, and I don't know if they would look good. I'm like, I try to train myself as a designer not to just inherently say no to something that I can't for sure say if it's good or not yet, so. Yeah, anybody interested in... Ooh, actually I need this icon. This is the perfect icon. Anybody interested in a coding stream? I think you'd find that actually that there are more people on... This is my suspicion, that there are more people on Twitch interested in coding streams than design streams. And art. I think there are a lot of coders that just like to put stuff up on the side. Damn it, I need just fucking sun icon with okay, maybe this will work. Does this have transparency? Hold on, let's try saving it. Okay, yeah, this one's good. This one's good. One of the AR generators give you some placeholder art. I don't think they can generate with transparency. They could give me some placeholder art, but I think it will always have a background. And I could remove it, but I have Paint 3D. Look, we're going hardcore with Paint, okay? I know I could. But it's more fun this way to just do some stupid stuff. Yeah, that's perfectly square at least, so that'll work. We just need like partial sunlight. Partial sunlight. I need this. Don't think that's what I'm looking for. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. I need something like this, but with color, because I don't want it to be black and white. It'd just be really... eh. Maybe I could use the Teletubbies baby. Or full sunlight. You guys know that one? Could use this for the for full sunlight. I think that's perfect, right? This. There isn't any way to get rid of all the white in. But there's magic select. Let's try it. Let's give it a shot. Copy image. Paste image. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. It's gonna be scaled down anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Choose an area to cut out the white. I need. Looks so bad. Just to show the time of day, it's just show the light levels that something will grow in. So think of it like looking at the back of like a, you know, a packet of seeds that you buy, and it shows you how much sunlight it needs. That is a nice field of mushrooms. I got some stuff like that on my my mood board. About day and night, best just buy plugin. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I'm still not 100% sure the way that we want to handle the day-night cycle. But I think it will just be a traditional day-night cycle with a continuous amount of moving time. Well, we can determine like amount of light based on well, we'll be hand placing ingredients anyway, so it won't be a problem like that. I was thinking like set that to like 10% opacity and throw it in behind the UI panel. We'll have to see. I could do that, I just don't know if it's necessary for the prototype, you know. Unreal doesn't support night very well, and you need to really fight it. That's weird. If you have the plugin, you know, share it in like the game dev forums or something. Don't use like the Microraptor chat, because that's just we should use that only for like super internal stuff that we don't, you know, that we can't share, like, you know, business finances type of stuff, right? Okay, this does not look very good, but we're gonna use it. Because it's transparent and it handles what we need. Remember prototype, guys, right? Then we're plugging, I'll search for it. Okay. You remember how much it was roughly? Was it like some crazy amount that we can't afford? We also need it to be flexible. We need it to be able to build off of this system easily. Cheap on sale and okay price without sale. Okay. They do so many sales that by the time we need it, we can just like every sale we can just check the things that we need, and if they're on sale, then we can buy it. Okay, we need like full we need like a moon icon. just to represent like darkness, right? I don't know, I could use something like this, I guess. Save as. Do you guys know if I can import SVGs to the Unreals? I don't actually know if I can. Wish list and wait. You know what? I'm gonna make a homunculus a character, an NPC, and I'm gonna force you to voice act for it. That's what you deserve. Done. Shit, I think that backfired. Evil homunculus. What kind of potions would you like be wanting? Like disgusting things, or just like the weirdest combinations of effects that just don't make sense? We could also make like a masochistic character who just wants potions with the highest amount of harmful qualities possible. Potion of endless diarrhea. Oh, dude, that's so bad. It means we have to have an endless diarrhea effect in our game. And I don't know if we can do that, because the player is going to be able to drink it themselves, and there might be some questions about that. Content, alchemy, I don't know. Textures. Yeah, it can't import this. I put them in here. No, I have to convert it. Alright, SVG to PNG. Let's use some sketchy sites. Let's do this. Okay. Download all. Where did that put it? If you're you can get into the toilet. Medievals are just hole in wood, and there's no escape, so you can only commit suicide. That option only appears when you get trapped with no way out. Nice. I also just said suicide. I don't think YouTube likes when you say that word. But YouTube's restrictions on what you can and can't say is barbaric. It is so dumb. I feel like if you restrict your content to, 18 plus, right? Like your mature content, they really shouldn't have some of these. Put that into Minecraft world. Thunder boxes? That's pretty great. You know, one thing, you know, it just reminded me of like Australia. One thing, you know how Twitch sometimes does these marathons of different shows? I would binge and like stay at my desk 24/7 if they did reruns of Steve Irwin of Crocodile Hunter. That would be amazing. Radiant Light Rex. Do we even have like a... Dude, rip Steve, man. I feel like television animal documentaries and shows just aren't the same anymore after him. Live within driving distance of a zoo. Have an annual pass, dude. Nice. And I've been, you know, keeping up with like his children, and they're carrying on his legacy in such an amazing way. It's absolutely amazing. I really kind of wish that I mean maybe Australia, you know, like news covers some of that stuff more, but you kind of have to go diving for it in you know, in like other parts of the world, and it's really sad just because it really feels, looking at his son, it's just like looking at a younger version of Steve, and it's amazing. That Benny's married. Robert is just he's an exact copy paste of his dad, not in a bad way. But it's so wholesome. He's got that same passion, the same enthusiasm and energy and care. I love it. I love it. I'm so glad that they didn't. I'm just glad that they've decided to continue the legacy and not let what happened to their dad. I don't know. Just it hasn't held them back. Yeah, maybe. But you know, Steve just had that. He had the charisma and the confidence and the intelligence that just, you know, it enhances that natural beauty, right? Maybe he wasn't the greatest looker, but he made up for that. He was a showman. He really was. He's a lot like, you know, Gordon Ramsay in that way, right? He knows how to win the camera over, and it was just so engaging to watch him do everything. Do we need to make, if we want to get these ingredient light requirements on the panels, I think we would just make a data table maybe and hook them up. Remember when I first heard he passed away and just being so shocked? Yeah. I remember that. I remember watching his I don't know if it was like his funeral, but it was more like I think they held an event at the zoo to mourn his passing, and it was just more shocked than 9/11. I can understand that for somebody who doesn't live in the U.S. But for somebody from the U.S., I will say 9/11 was more shocking. But they were both just really horrible incidents, especially the way it happened to Steve. Couldn't even see his kids grow up to become. I don't know. I just know that there are a few dads prouder than he would be if he knew how his children grew up. True. He did. Really did. Yeah, I think we need to make structures for enum to icon. I mean, it was weird. I think that people knew that what Steve was doing was dangerous, and that if anything, he would be injured by, like, you know, some alligator, right? I just don't think anybody expected that the injury would be so... that any injury he got would just be so immediately fatal. I think at worst people would see maybe he would have like he'd lose a hand or lose some fingers, or he'd get a really bad bite and then come back with a cool scar to show off and be super excited about it, right? But it's just like, wow. Having a heart attack from fright and fear, okay? Nobody can compare to the badassery that Steve had. Okay, let's make these data tables then. Gotta make the structures first, right? S white Rex. Light rec icons. And then, you know, be the texture 2D. There we go. There are a lot of kids these days that just, I don't know, sensitive babies. A bunch of babies. This season icons. Like, whatever happened to the idea of live and let live? Like, yeah. Disagree with you. But it's okay. What do you think causes that? Do you think it's just... What do you think makes it so prevalent that kids have a difficult time? Is just like there's some epidemic of like pride or something? Grew up eating dirt and cuddling puppies and riding BMX bikes. All the kids growing up in a world of sterilization and hand sanitizer aren't gonna have any immune system. That's true. I mean, I kind of hope that like parents still practice, you know, letting their kids play with other ones who have like chickenpox. Just because it's much better to get it when you're younger, you know? Just shift in different direction and we are still learning how to handle it. I think it's just, you know how kids kind of take things too far? They kind of, you know, when we were kids, we thought we knew what we were doing, so we often just gravitated towards the extremes because it was the easiest to do. You didn't have to think about that, right? And I agree, like, being compassionate, being empathetic is good. It's absolutely a good thing. But the kids who don't know how to, who usually don't know how to think about nuance or to handle nuance kind of just go to the extreme of it, right? Before we learn how to handle it, we'll be hooked up to Neuralink, and then how many people will actually ever want to go outside? Sure. Did you see, like, have you seen, like, the VR, or actually, like, augmented reality recreations of supermarkets? Like, I'm sure you've seen those pictures of, like, the mock-up of looking at a, what's in a drink refrigerator. Like, bitch, you can just look inside the fucking refrigerator. That's why there's glass on it. You can see the drinks. You don't need some lights killing your eyes to see the drinks. And 80% of kids in first world countries are glued to their TV, their iPads, their parents' phones, gaming consoles. I agree, dude. Dude, screen addiction is scary. Screen addiction is real and it's scary. I'm fucking scared about screen addiction. You need to know that we had at least 5 years of populism, and populism spread more populism. Sure. I think kids just get extreme, but then you would think that when they enter the real world, they would lose some of that. Or, you know, if they experience like trauma, they experience hardship, that they would realize that everybody's going through something, everybody has gone through something, and really, if you want to be happy, just stop fucking in other people's business so much. At least if no one goes outside, then they don't have to impose isolation measures during pandemics anymore. Dude, that whole thing, there's gonna be so many books written about the poor decision making and psychological effects of those decisions during pandemic. I'm not saying that there were some that were wrong or that there were some that were right. Like, I'm not gonna get on that side of it. But I will say that there were a lot of organizations with a lot of power implementing things that I don't think that they had full realization of. Yeah, no playgrounds. Yeah, no playgrounds. We just had a park overhauled in Kraków here, Bednarskiego, and they put in a really, really nice park. New slide, like all wooden, real wood play structures, metal slide, and it just was like, thank God. Thank God kids can still get splinters and burn themselves on a hot metal slide, because that is what childhood is about. If you're not getting splinters and getting burns, are you really playing as a child, to be honest? Oh my gods. Cause the effect? Are they going outside because the playgrounds are being removed, or are the playgrounds being removed because they're not going outside? I don't know. Good question. I think there's a problem with kids. I think there are effective parents' behavior. Maybe they will overcome older generations. I do think really it's a lot of this is parents, right? They mimic parents, and if parents aren't on top of this stuff, then they're just gonna be repeating a lot of the same issues. In between, we were chased out from our playground by police because some old people were seeding trees. The fuck? That's so dumb. Perhaps what I've seen kids go absolutely ballistic when they're told not to do something. And as soon as the parents cracks down, the kids claims domestic abuse and it's the parent getting in trouble. True. Smack on the butt? Dude, Automod held smack on the butt. Dude, Automod is so fucking funny sometimes. God forbid we say smack on the butt. What asshole at Twitch, and I'm not going to mince my words here, what asshole at Twitch decided that people who are At least 13, because I think that's the rules for Twitch. Can't hear or use the phrase smack on the butt. It actually didn't block ass whooping. Hey, Luo Hoots, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome. I know, okay. Look, I know I'm just talking and looking at chat, but I'll focus. I'll focus now. You followed me because you want to see game dev. Okay, let me do it. What was I doing? Data tables. Here for a good butt smack. Ew, Twitch is so fucking weird. Biome, wait. Let's do light requirements first, because we actually have those. Nia's light requirement icons. DT light rec icons. Yeah, why can we beat half to death our kids? See more of those laws are. Okay, maybe that. Hey, look, I got spanked. I was a really poorly behaved child. It held your. I got spanked as a child, and you know what? I fucking deserved it. I was a really poorly behaved kid. Like, of course, as a kid, I thought it was unfair, but honestly, I deserved it, dude. I was an asshole. I lied about so many things. I got into trouble. I acted out to get attention. About the lights I was against child abuse and you didn't read it. I mean, really, yeah, we shouldn't abuse children. Like, yeah. But I do think that to some extent, I don't know if I would say that spanking is wrong. I'm gonna get in shit for saying that. Okay, look, I'll say this. I approve of spanking me when I do something bad. I approve of me. I accept being spanked for things when I do things wrong. Now, I'm a little old to... No, you can clip it. Like, make clips. Clips are funny. Take clips out of context because those are the funniest ones to share. I love seeing clips out of context. I don't know, I think when you were at a place when you were spanking his last resort, and already failed before. Maybe. Sup? It's good. Hey, welcome, guys. So many new people. Guys, thank you so much for joining. You joined at a weird time. We're talking about spanking. I don't know why, but we're talking about spanking. That's what we're doing. Full light. Where's my full sunlight? Okay, let's do that. Partial light. Where's partial light? And darkness. Spanking is great. Spanking made a lot of people. I guess we just gotta talk about spanking these days. What game dev? Let's just spank. Guys, if I get banned, you have to tell me on Discord, okay? This will be our first ban, though, right? We need to... The bans are what makes us popular. Spank Chronicles. Now that's a spin-off. It keeps plugging. It says sex-based terms, too. It says it blocks it for sex-based terms, but ass-whooping is okay. Wait, so ass-whooping is abuse, and that's okay, but abuse is okay, sex-based terms are not. Once again, there's a difference between a disciplinary smack on the butt and child abuse. I agree. I'm just saying I think I deserved it as a kid. I didn't listen to it, but I didn't listen to my parents before that either. It's not like their first thing to discipline me wasn't a smack on the butt. Trust me, they tried everything. My parents tried everything. They locked me in my room at night so that I wouldn't sneak downstairs and play video games. and I deserved it. Because that's all I would do. And I was bad. I would sneak downstairs before school. I would even get ice out of the freezer to cool down the side of the PC so that if they came downstairs and checked, that it would be cold and they wouldn't feel the warmth that the PC was on. I was addicted. I was a terrible child. I deserved every form of punishment I got, and it still didn't stop me. Well, and why did you play? Why do you think I played video games? Because they were fun, and I was an addict. They put passwords on the computer. I could get past them by going into administrator mode and playing games like that. There were backdoors in all the old Windows computers. Then you have like other issues. I was a poorly behaved child. My parents were really good. I was being bullied and I was a misfit, yes. But my parents are really good parents. Like they didn't mistreat me. They didn't teach me bad things. They've been together, you know, like they try not to swear around me as much as possible. They would, you know, we would do activities together as a family, like. But it's just like it's public school. The parents can't control everything that goes on in school. And because my parents raised me to be so independent and to enjoy things that may not have been considered cool, like, you know, we did a lot of hiking and camping and, you know, vacations that weren't like traditional. Like we couldn't afford to go to all these cool places and to the beach or stuff like that. It's just we just did fun things. We found interesting ways, and it's just I wasn't fitting in at school, and so I was bullied. And then it's like, well, I just found solace in things that I could do with people who didn't judge me, right? And like on games, like I could play with people all around the world, and they didn't care who I was because we were playing the same games together. We were all nerds. So I don't know. Okay, childhood trauma behind me. How many did you spend on World of Warcraft? I actually didn't play World of Warcraft, but I did play RuneScape. I played a fuck ton of RuneScape. I played a lot of like mini clip games and Newgrounds games, like all the old Flash games, right? I still play RuneScape. So I'm still addicted, right? Yeah. I mean, there were other things on Newgrounds, right? We all know why we went to Newgrounds. Okay, let's replace the light requirements. How do we want to do this? Do we want to get... Are we just a local variable? I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can understand how some people, like if your first response to a child doing something wrong is to do something physical to them, I agree, that's bad. That should not be your first reaction. But I can also understand, having been an asshole child myself, I can understand that parents just get exasperated and they don't know what else to do. I think emotional part is worse. That's true. I mean, I had my mouth washed out with soap. I mean, that's a classic one, right? I think that one worked pretty well. Because I'll tell you what, the taste of soap, not the greatest. That's a classic one, right? That's something that moms I've been doing for ages. That's if you like say something bad that you shouldn't say. What? It wasn't like I was eating a Tide Pod, okay? It was like they just put a little piece of soap in your mouth. That was good. I deserve that. Yep. You didn't swallow it, right? It's just, it made your mouth sound, it tastes really bad. It was not pleasant. Yeah, we didn't have cane either. There was no physical punishment allowed in schools. Although I kinda think I deserved it in school too. Look, if I had been hit with a cane in school, I would probably grow up thinking, yeah, I deserved it. Soup is expensive. Yeah. I did really bad things in soap, not soup. I did really bad. He's a bit of a dyslexic, so you have to forgive him. No, dude, I did really bad stuff in school, and I would come home. But my mom also, and keep in mind when I use the word threatened here, it's, trust me, once you hear the story, you'll realize. She would threaten that if I ever misbehave at school, she would show up to school and sit with me the whole day in her pajamas. And I misbehaved once really badly. And the next day, she showed up at school in her pajamas and sat with me. And it was so fucking embarrassing. I didn't do anything like that ever again. The worst part is too is that she's really good with kids. Actually, she really knows how to raise kids well, and so all the other kids loved her being there. But I was embarrassed as fuck and just sat there like meek and dude, she showed who was alpha that day, that's for sure. And it wasn't me. Very abusive grandmother. For my mom to the point she was afraid to go back to Jesus Christ. She made split like on purpose? Holy fuck, dude, that's terrible. Okay, let's see. Get. Is there any way we can use the light requirement enum? The light requirement enum's like full light, partial light, darkness. No, because they have spaces in them. We have to for each with break. That's fine. Bring him to school and make me eat in front of everybody during break, and due to mistrust, I would throw it away. Jesus Christ, dude. That's fucked up. That is fucked up. That ain't cool. Holy shit, dude. That is a very much Child Protective Services moment. But I don't know if they existed in Poland. I know Poland was still trying to kind of move beyond all of the shit that the communists did to the country, right? Still trying to like create their own laws and structure after all that. I don't know, dude. I don't even want to try to understand what the thought process might have been. Like at least with my mom. I mean, okay, my dad never raised a hand to me. I will say that. One time he grabbed my ear and dragged me by the ear, like, you know, drag, like I wasn't like on the ground, but he pulled me by the ear. And that's because I was trying to set fire to things for fun in our wooden garage. That's understandable. But he never hit me because he was physically abused as a kid. So my mom had to be the disciplinarian, right? And like I said, I deserve it. Yeah, I agree. Any other lurkers have any childhood trauma they want to share? Don't. That's not a serious question. You don't have to do that. But maybe one of you can change the topic. Maybe we should find uh, something more reasonable. Actually, I'm just gonna fucking pull this up here. Okay, break. Light work icons. Full and if. Array element is equal. This is gonna look really fucking weird, but. Need to get this child. We need a lot more space here. Fraser, you said you played RuneScape back in the day. This give you nostalgia. Nah, okay, well. Maybe it's just me. Too much of an addict, right? I'll say this, I won't name names, but I know some others from Poland who have some really weird parental problems that a lot of it seems to stem from like things related to the communist um, occupation of Poland. What made you want to make a game about alchemy? That is a really good question. I would say number one, I've always liked puzzles. And alchemy is itself kind of a puzzle about discovery, right? I've always been fascinated with the combination of things to make new things. Like I've always been my mom used to think, I was like a little inventor because I would always just craft creative things with with Legos, with Lincoln Logs. I don't know if you had those in Australia. Um, I'd always just like to build, and for me, alchemy is this kind of still mystical art with a lot of these cool concepts of creating new mixtures of things that may never be able to exist. Like the alkahest, the universal solvent, or transmutation and things like that. It's such an interesting aspect, almost related to magic and the occult, that hasn't really been explored too much beyond just combine ingredients to make potions. And I've always been disappointed by a lot of alchemy systems in games because they didn't really go anywhere interesting, or they didn't provide any interesting change to the gameplay. Especially if you look at like Elder Scrolls, where alchemy is such a mainstay. You don't really need to make all these potions and poisons. The game isn't really tough. So I want to make a game where just the potions and the alchemy are such a core part to the experience, and not just because you can sell them to make money, but because you can actually use them throughout multiple systems of the game. No, my perception of you is wildly different to your perception of me, because you only get to see the text messages in chat, but I feel like you and I have a lot in common. I think so too. We've been talking a bit, and it is weird, because like you get to see me, my expressions. Like you said, you get to kind of know the other person slowly, but yeah, I get the feeling too. I got a brother down under. Set brush from texture. We need to do. Kind of a fucked up way of doing it though, isn't it? You don't really need to break just because they're like there's only a few things in this, but I don't know why I did that. It's such a small loop, it's really not that bad. Realistically, it would be nice if I could have the row names be equal to the enums to those, but I can't really do that. My girlfriend asked me to pass her a lipstick, but I accidentally passed her a glue stick. Sometimes I wish that were true, and I bet sometimes my fiance wishes it were true for me too. I have a tendency to overtalk. Maybe good for Twitch, but not good if you're just are like, dude, just shut the fuck up. Stop talking. Nothing coming out of your mouth is good. I'm gonna break this into 3 sets. Just to give a little bit more space between each of these. Especially on controversial topics, I love giving hot takes. I love it. It's so much fun. I mean, mainly because it's just kind of like a little part of me is a bit of a jester. I just like provoking. But also I like to hear other people's opinions. And maybe I can realize like, oh, yeah, maybe this isn't the right way to think about something like this. There's so many streamers that talk for the sake of talking. You hear them repeat the same statement 2 or 3 times before moving on. It's one thing that drives me batty. I think I do that a little bit, right? Just a little bit. If it's more than a little bit, you can tell me. Be like, dude, you do that all the time. I try to talk. I get a little like anxious because I want the people in this stream. I know a lot of people like put me in the background, right? And you don't want that silence. But a little bit of silence is good. But at the same time, if you join a stream and you just hear silence, you're not really going to want to talk. So it's like this weird mix of, I know I need to sometimes just shut up, but at the same time, I want to drive engagement. Like people talking back like you into the stream, into the chat. Just because I love that, it makes it so much more enjoyable to stream. Be like I talk too much, chat. Do I talk too much? I think I talk too much. I get sidetracked too easily. I'll say we need to do something, and then I'll just forget, and it's like, okay, well, shit. Hope I remember. Okay, this should work. Actually, let's test this out. Okay, yeah, it's working. Kind of hard to see against the background. We could put a lighter border here, similar to what we do. Just to make it pop out a bit better. What the fuck is that icon? What is this? That icon isn't working properly. Excuse me. I was thinking I talk too much, but I go to work in mid-person that talk way more with less sense than me, so at least that's a good point. Okay, I can agree with that. I know that, for instance, my mind thinks much faster than I speak. I'm not trying to say that I'm like smart or something. It's just I jump ahead, and my brain or my speech just kind of keeps going, but then it trails off. Then I'm like, oh shit, wait. What did I want to say? I do that all the time. But then there are people I cannot stand to. I cannot stand to talk to people who overuse certain words, such as like, which, you know, you mainly see in like a younger generation. I just said it there. Using it once or twice is fine, especially if you were trying to compare two things or build some relevance between two ideas or whatever, what have you. But if you have to insert it all the time, you're one more person to say, oh, that food is just divine. I have a sailor mouth, so I don't even just, I would just say, dude, that's so fucking tasty. I really swear like a sailor. Maybe not the most intelligent, but I don't give a shit. So why was this messing up? Oh, that's not the right icon. That's why it was messing up. Okay, we fixed that. Okay, so that one's pretty good. Now we can do seasons. I think this will be pretty easy to find season stuff, right? let's try to find them first. Spring. Don't show me icons of fucking springs. I swear to God. Damn it. Ooh, actually this was pretty good. That's a pretty good one. I think that's pretty good. Good icon. Okay, summer icon. I mean, I guess it works. It kind of fits the other one, and it's the only one in the same, like, that isn't just a sun. Oops, no space. Okay, on me. Either of these kind of works. I like these round icons too, actually. Free nature icons. One for like. No. Autumn free icon. Spring free icon. Kite free icon. Yeah. This one works. And let's get a winter icon. Winter. Oh, winter. Maybe I should move this over to the right a bit more. Better. Yeah, I want these. These are nice. I like these, but forest free eye. Ooh. Sometimes I hear my cat snore. Pretty cute as well. Like a blood blister in my mouth. That's weird. Okay, make homunculus just comment. we could make a really rude, ridiculous character. Like I don't want Cauldron Chronicles to be too serious, but I also don't want it to be unable to approach serious topics. I think a really good balance is just to know how to switch that mood well. I think it's really fun if we can introduce topics from all ranges of emotions, but not in a way that feels inhuman. And being able to know like a certain character has showed up at your hut, I think is a really fun way to, if you know who the character is before, you can kind of put yourself into the mindset like, oh, this is gonna be a really funny conversation. Let's go. Let's see what he wants. Or vice versa, right? Could use the appearance of the slime. Dude, that would be awesome. And it like shivers in the winter a little bit. You can pet it. Maybe in the winter it likes to stay by the fire more often. And kind of just like melts a little bit into a puddle. Maybe in the summer it can wear the sports stuff and it can be like outside on a little like you know, like a tanning chair, right? Like the ones that lean back, and it's got a little drink of slime. Dude, we should write this down. Hold on. Slime wears different things based on season and might have preferable spots to spend time in the hut to spend time in based on it. Okay, pretty cool. Can I look up these again? Because I kind of want to see if there are more icons like this. I really like this, this circular. And they have a forest one too, and we have like a forest biome. That one's much smaller. It's still big enough though, it's 256. Fine. Yeah, they have like prairie, should be, I guess, good for like our plains. These are great. Hey, what biomes do we have? Need a marsh and a beach if possible. We have a marsh, like a wetland, that would work. Over 2 streams, we proposed 2 different key characters and began to flesh out both their personality and their mechanics. I mean, that's the awesome shit about this, right? I mean, we can just design in the background while doing other stuff, and these ideas are so good. I'm really buying into the slime. I mean, I'm already bought in. I'm sold. Let's do it. I don't care what Windows updates. Fuck off. Shit, I can't find a circular spring icon. Damn it, I need this, but without the... Look, even like, it's like one being the relative, of course. Yeah, we gotta think about how to introduce that. We don't have to think about it yet, though. That's so far into the future. Granted, these are also pretty decent. Hate if homunculus is real, guys. You and your homunculus. That's a little bit too much. Homunculus. This pinned to hate him. I love it. I love it. Good shit. I mean, I don't really care if they have some watermarks, to be honest. Like, this is just, we're just using this for bullshit reasons, so. The only problem I have is that this is a sun. We really just need a better way to organize the icons here on this panel. Give me a second, guys. totally not doing some inventory management in old school RuneScape right now. I don't know why you would think that. Kind of rude, actually, that you would think that I would be doing that instead of streaming. I'm actually offended. I'm actually gonna report you guys to Twitch for thinking that. Wait, are those the runes I need? Oh, I remember. Uh-oh, exposed. No, I'm not looking up soul runes on the OSRS wiki. God, why would you guys think that? Maybe I can pull it over so you guys can actually see it. Look, it'll take 2 minutes, okay? Look, I'm switching out my weapon, okay? Go fight something else that I can AFK at and I don't have to pay attention to. You don't need to see it good. Okay, make sure I'm wearing everything properly. Okay, we got everything on. I'm gonna have to switch my spell book. Wouldn't want to put you out at all, really. Okay, where are my silvers? I need to cast a specific spell here. Demonic Offering. Soul and Wrath runes. Not Astral rune. Okay, look, we're gonna go like this. We're gonna go to my house. Guys, it's a little dirty. Don't judge it, okay? I'm gonna switch to Arceus Spellbook. Then we're gonna go to the Abyss. I think this is the right one. Yes. And we're just gonna attack this guy right here. 244 times, okay? That's all we're doing. Oh, dude, classic song. Even if you don't know RuneScape, you probably know this song. It's a sea shanty. This reminds me of the friendly Armin from BG1. It does. You know, I got it on. I assume you were talking about Baldur's Gate, right? Now I'm questioning myself. Yeah. So I got Baldur's Gate, the enhanced editions, I think they're called, on the Nintendo Switch. It plays really well on the Switch. It's actually a really good port. They did a really good job with the joystick support. And the controls in general. It's ironically super playable. Can I really not find a circular spring icon? Oh, here's one. Without... Dude, this vector stock shit. Oh. Now we're talking. Okay, good. So we got spring, summer. Wait, is this summer? No, this was the forest. What do we need? What do we have? Summer. Oh yeah, okay. Actually, the circle helped a lot. Putting the circle in that name. Siskurla. That's not how you spell circle. I think my absolute biggest gripe with the Baldur's Gate games are the way they do multiplayer. And even then, I don't know why I have a problem with it. It always struck me as a little weird that your other players just took over one of your party slots, because then it felt like they were just a secondary character. Thank you. It's one of my biggest problems with Baldur's Gate 3. Everybody keeps saying this game is a 10 out of 10, and I'm sorry. But with the way that they handle party systems, and if you've ever actually played D&D or you've watched people play D&D, it's so unlike how you actually play it. It's so bad. It's exactly like you said, they're secondary characters who barely get a voice or saying anything and stand there while you do things. Like, that's not how a party actually talks in D&D. You don't just have your main character up front taking all the intimidation checks. Your intimidation character steps in and does some shit. You know, shakes some person down. That's how it actually happens in D&D, and it's like, it's so bad in Baldur's Gate. So bad. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. The game isn't bad, it's just... It's got some big problems that really keep it from becoming a 10 out of 10. I feel like it came to my TED Talk. Yeah, I probably did. It's pretty much true. Like I said, it's a good game. But for me, especially with the third act of Baldur's Gate 3, 7.5 8 out of 10 for me. I think that third act is so fucking messy. 7.5 to 8 out of 10. Yeah. The third act is really bad. It's really, really, really bad. It's messy, it has a lot of plot points that don't go anywhere. It has some great moments, don't get me wrong. And some of those moments are like 9.5, 10 out of 10 moments. But it's also a really messily written act with way too many threads going on at the same moment. Especially compared to the early acts that I think are exceptional. I don't know. I think it's a really high production quality game that got a bit too deep into its own narrative and didn't know where to go. And because of because it's the last act, and I think that it flubs the finale pretty hard, it isn't good. It's good. It just, that part was bad enough that it lowers the quality of the game. Haven't finished the game, got into the city and just lost interest. Noticed how it chugged even on a 4080. So I'd wait to see if they patch some of the performance. They did patch performance. But then, as you said, yeah. Literally should not make 3 acts, always do 2 acts. I agree, the third act, look, if they fix the third act... am I allowed to spoil things to you, Fraser, or do you not want spoilers about it? Because if you haven't beat the game, I can spoil something kind of minor-ish. Oh, you didn't finish yet? Okay. No spoilers then. It's good to know. I won't do it. I mean, I'll go back and finish it later, I guess, but it's been out for almost 3 months now, so it's my own fault at this point. Okay. Yeah. I will just say, you know, you guys can judge it for yourselves. You might disagree. I know I have a minority opinion on this, considering it is sitting at a ridiculously high score. I just think the third act is so messy and sloppy. They need a pretty big overhaul of its narrative content and its structure. And the fact that they said that the upper city would actually be there and it's not, that then it would actually feel like a complete game to me. I also didn't feel like the characters were super well written. Some of them better than others, absolutely. I really like Lae'zel's story and Shadowheart's story. Will's to some extent. But others just... I compare it to like the writing of like something like Mass Effect, just because I feel like it's kind of similar in its narrative structure to Mass Effect and the way that it's trying to tell its story. But Mass Effect just does everything so much better. I don't have an issue with the characters, other than that they were all fairly unbearable to begin with. Karlak is pretty great though. Yeah, I really like Karlak. She's fucking awesome. I will say that I initially didn't want to bring Lae'zel with me because I didn't like her attitude. But her arc is really good. And I had to bring Shadowheart just because I was going to romance her, and she's also a cleric. But I really like her arc too. Even though she starts out kind of snooty. But I also just don't like how every character is just so fucking sexual all the fucking time in that game. They toned it down a little bit, but I'll tell you what. It's still kind of bad. Yeah, I won't talk about... He's into Act 3, I believe. He just hasn't finished, so he has met all except for 2 characters, probably, that we know about for reasons. But, yeah. We can talk about the other characters, though. Or, I'm sorry, just one character. It would just be one character, wouldn't it? I do think Gale's narrative, and I actually really like, number 1, his voice actor is amazing. And number 2, I actually like his personality. But his arc is just so... so dumb. It doesn't make sense. Like, you either blow up the bomb and technically it fulfills his narrative, or you convince him not to do it and he's just kind of sulky. It's so weird. Okay, we have spring, summer, winter. I don't know if we downloaded the autumn icon. I don't think we did. It's pretty good. I like that one. Tea, spring. Tea, summer. JPEG. But also they made it out like you had to do it, and then if you didn't, then what? Yeah. There's another thing. Like, I'm not gonna spoil it for Casper, but there's another thing where they, let's just say they put a lot of narrative importance on it, and it means absolutely nothing. And it would be something that you would absolutely look at a DM and be like, excuse me? This was like part of the core story element, and what? It really just feels like they bit off more than they can chew. They were scared about releases in that same time frame, and they wanted to get it out faster than other games in that time frame because they were worried that they would lose importance. I'm pretty damn sure that I know what went on behind the scenes, especially with cutting the upper city. I mean, it's all speculation. I don't have any sure things, but knowing what I know about production and when those decisions would have had to be made, they were worried about, like, Starfield. And while I have problems with Starfield, I actually think Starfield's pretty decent. Not Bethesda's best game, but still pretty decent. spring, summer, winter, autumn we have. Although I think the winter... Not real transparency. Gotta love it. Oh, you gotta love it. Fake transparency. Got me. Has already pressed on Wizards of the Coast hard because D&D isn't as profitable as I thought. Maybe. That may be part of it. I know too that, and Larian admitted this, that they said that they didn't expect the game to be as popular as it was. Which says to me that in order, you know, because think about it this way. Larian is what, like 500 people or something? 450 employees as of 2023. The operating costs of a company that large are yearly probably at least $40 to $50 million. And if they had to delay it by 6 months, which would probably have put them in a good release time frame to finish up the game and polish it the way they wanted, that's a lot of money. That's a huge amount of money. You're right too, and on the heels of Honor Among Thieves. Yep. I think that they said they wanted to get the game out when they were ready, but I'll be honest, I don't think that's true at all. I don't think that they polished that third act or even finished it. I think that they cut content because of their time frame and because they had poor sales expectations. It sucks, but maybe they've made enough money now that they can actually put it out the way they wanted to. Especially because their reasoning behind not putting out the upper city and finishing Act 3 was so fucking lame. They're like, well, we didn't add the post-game, you know, cutscenes to show like what your characters were doing or how the story progressed because we didn't think players would want it. What? You have 450 people and some of the best narrative designers in the industry working for you probably, and not one of them thought that for an RPG game, a party-based RPG game, that you need to have some sort of epilogue, you know, even just like slides with narration over it to talk about how the game went? Maybe, but I think they mentioned that they didn't have any plans for expansions. Like, there's something about licensing with that, I think. But I absolutely do not believe that they didn't think players would want this. That's just bullshit. They drew so much inspiration from like Mass Effect or like Fallout New Vegas and stuff, for instance, too, with different factions and shit. Like, dude, all these games had it. People want it. People want to know what happens after a 100+ hour story. They don't have plans for another campaign using all the assets they have already prepared, then that's a huge oversight. Look, okay, so if Baldur's Gate 3 is a setup for like a trilogy or a two-parter or something, I can understand not having like those slides, that epilogue, that ending. That's fine. But it doesn't feel like that's what they're trying to do. Because like Mass Effect 1 didn't have that. Mass Effect 2 didn't really have that either. It was Mass Effect 3, which I still think is a good game, that brought all of that together and gave you the finality. Need a stupid ass circular summer icon with transparency, please. Anything. Okay, maybe this. Oh, it's because Why is this open? I don't. What I'm saying is that they might have gotten 80% through building the game, and someone's gone, wait, no, you can't do that. We've decided to add this. There was something that happened, and there was some miscommunication because you had Sven talking about like the upper city, for instance, which is a huge part. Like you know, if, you've played the other Baldur's Gates. I've played the other Baldur's Gates. It's a huge part of the game and a huge part of like the political aspect. It just doesn't make sense for people like Gortash to have his ceremony done in fucking Wyrmsgate. They obviously had planned it because there were files found of it. They cut it because it was just too much. But they didn't adapt the rest of the story to really fit well into it. It doesn't make sense. And they were talking about the upper city being explorable just a couple months before release. Something happened. Something went wrong. They don't want to admit it. And it's fucked up. And I don't trust them because of that. They made some good quality stuff, but man, they're not just being honest. Okay, these icons look really good. The closest they got, in my opinion, to being honest was saying that they didn't expect sales to be that high. In which case they could say, well, we didn't expect sales to be high. We didn't have enough money to support more development. We had to get it out. But because you guys really seem to like it, we're going to make sure that we get the version out that we want. And you can look forward to a definitive edition that's a free upgrade, like our other games, in the future. Something like that, right? Because I get it, if they had to spend another, 20, 30 million to support another 6 months of development, a lot of money, a lot. And they were apparently self-funded for the most part, so they were betting everything on this. Seasons is good. We need biomes. We have 4 biomes: forest, plains, marsh, and beach. And we downloaded... How much was Starfield on release? Like the price? It was 70 and 100. I did get the $100 version. Mainly because I know I would enjoy the game, and it came with the expansion as well. So when the expansion comes out, I'll play that and then wait for mods and, enjoy it again. I had a lot of fun with Starfield, actually. It wasn't a perfect game, but... A lot of people compared it, and I think a little unfairly, to Baldur's Gate. They're just such different types of games. 120 here at the moment. That's not the premium. Starfield, USD, packages. It's more, the only place that it's cheaper than the Valve recommended price compared to the USD is Norway, for some reason. That's expensive, dude. Yeah, it's about 10% more expensive than USD and 17% more expensive than what Valve recommends to price it at. Pretty crazy. So we still need a beach icon. Oh, that could work. That looks nice, actually. Dude, whatever Chad made all these circular icons, I love you. That's why I said that when we do my Goaty stream, I think I'm gonna upset a lot of people. Marsh Plains Forest Beach. I think a lot of players also, and this is not a fault of the individual players, right? But they don't realize just how difficult it's going to be to mod certain aspects of Baldur's Gate and for it to be acceptable quality, and at the same time how easy it's going to be to mod for Starfield and for it to be an acceptable quality. Parents raised me as an only child, which really pissed off my sister. Jesus Christ. They're bad. Data table. Data table. Biome icon. We have 4 biomes, right? I think. Forest, plains, marsh. I should really hide the... Oh no, I don't. I think there's a common, like, common joke that Bethesda designs their games to be finished by modders. I mean, you can make the argument, although I think that Starfield was by far a very, very stable release. And certainly one of their most stable releases ever. If not their most stable release. That game was surprisingly bug and crash free. I even felt like it was actually less buggy than Baldur's Gate. Does it feel clunky like most other Bethesda games? Some aspects of it do. I mean, it's very much a Bethesda game, right? It has a tough time marketing itself because it's a completely new IP. So I think people who like Elder Scrolls or Fallout may not like Starfield. And people who have never played a Starfield game may not like, or have never played a Bethesda game may not like Starfield. Define what you mean specifically. Because for sure it's a very, very obviously a Bethesda game. I can say that much. Biome icons, season icons. Well, there are only 4 seasons, so spring, summer, autumn, winter. I just feel like, I guess maybe it's to do with the turn rate, or just, I don't know, it's hard to place my finger on it. In a way, it feels like every Bethesda game feels like a port over from a console. I don't know if I felt that. What I can say is because it's the same engine, right? And that although the game, actually, the game looks really good, it's still very much a Bethesda. It very much has Bethesda's soul to it. It uses the same kind of ways to design its and structure its quests and handle its animations and movement. So that very much just you go into it, you're like, oh yeah, Bethesda game. However, I know why they do this, especially I didn't when I was younger. I was like, why not just use a new engine? Why does it always look like this? The reason is mostly, it's not that they don't have the tech or they don't have the money or they don't have the ability to get people in there who can make it look and feel even better. They have done that. It's with Starfield for sure. It's because they've made it so that anybody can script their own quests and movements of characters in such an easy way. It doesn't feel snappy or sleek, it always feels a bit awkward. You might still feel some of that. And people obviously compared it to Cyberpunk 2.0, and no, I get what you mean. I think that there are some things, of course, like Cyberpunk has such, and Baldur's Gate to some extent have such high quality motion captured cutscenes that for the most part Bethesda doesn't do. But they don't do it because it makes modding so much easier. It's not the cutscene, just the way the character feels. I don't know. You'd have to get really descriptive. Yeah, I can kind of get the sense of that. Lightrec database, biome database. Season database. Okay, let's update like the let's just get the icons working, then we can kind of play around with how they're shown. Something better on the panel. We have a bit of space on the panel to deal with, so we can kind of play around with it a bit. I can even open up Skyrim and have a play to try and get a better sense of it. I don't have it installed. But is it like something that prevents you from playing it or enjoying it, or is it just something that when you experience it, you just know it's a Bethesda game? Is it more of like an identifying quality or a quality that turns you off? If that makes sense. Get data table names. 4 each with break. Definitely not a positive quality. Okay. I think a lot of the shooting mechanics were, and like character movement and shooting stuff was, I think, improved, but still very reminiscent of what you would experience in like Fallout 4. So if that's any reference of how it might feel, that would be it. Look. Oh, these are biomes. Oops. I guess I don't need to make... whatever. Break biomes. Okay, let's branch. True. Need to get the icon. That's right, we had to move it up a bit, didn't we? Set brush from texture. We should have a lot of big games come out this year though, so it probably is going to be pretty tough for me to decide what I want to name my game of the year. There were a lot of really good games too. Sort of to Google to see if others can be more eloquent with how to describe it. Dude, I do that all the time. People always think you have to like be a. What is this game about? Can you show some gameplay? So we are in pre-production phase of this game. I assume you mean our game, right? The one I'm making. It's called Cauldron Chronicles. You can use !game in the chat to get more about it, but I'll tell you a bit about it. So it is an alchemy game set in a stylized 3D fantasy world where you go out into the world, you solve puzzles, find ingredients, do some activities, fight some monsters with your potions. You come back, you make potions for NPCs and for your own usage. And it's very much a game that's built on 3 kind of core ideas and pillars of alchemy, open world, and NPCs. So these NPCs aren't, it's not like a shopkeeping game, it's more you are interacting with them to learn about their stories, their adventures, what they need these potions for to provide them with the best quality that you can. And based on that, based on the potions you provide to them, it may make them successful, it may make them fail at their endeavors, and potentially even die. So you have a lot of weight in your decision making with how you approach the potions. I can show you what we have so far. Because at the core of this game is the alchemy, right? It's very much, if this part isn't fun, if this mini game itself isn't fun, then the rest of it won't be. And we've been working on an alchemy system where you are actually working with the ingredients yourselves, and it's not something that's just based on like a UI pop-up, right? So you can actually see what your ingredients are doing, what flavor they have, what effects they have, and then you can combine them in your cauldron to build a potion with those effects and flavors. And we've been working on it for, this is the 14th day, right, of prototyping. So like I said, we're really early into it. We've just started, and it's a big scope, but we can do it. I have worked on other games before of various sizes, and this is just going to take some time. But part of our philosophy as a company is to be really transparent about the process of making games, so that you guys can get a better idea of what it looks like early into development. What are the things that developers think about? What are some of the risks that they have to deal with? Why are they often scared of showing you early gameplay of their project? And it's because it is really shitty looking. Like, there's no final assets, there's no big open world or anything yet. We just need to look at the systems that mean the most to our game, that are going to be the selling points, and make them feel as good as possible by iterating, discussing, acknowledging the shortcomings, how we can make it better. And that's what I wanted to do with chat. And that way we can collaborate, we can share it with each other, we can teach each other about different parts of game development. Or maybe you are just a gamer yourself and you're really interested in what these early phases of development look like. And right now I'm doing a little bit of cleanup of my blueprints so that I can work more efficiently on the future things. They get too messy, they get disorganized, it can make further development much worse. Alright, seasons database. Get data table row names. Reach break. break season icons. I mean, if you have any specific questions, feel free to ask. Like, we are a privately owned company. I am the owner and CEO of it, so I don't have to like tell you that we can't talk about something, because I can just talk about it. So you can say whatever you want. I don't give a shit. No worries. I can remember if I've taken my tablets tonight. Oops. Yeah, I don't want to take them twice. That could get nasty. Hey, how long do you work with Unreal Engine? I've been working with it both as a, kind of on my own time and professionally for about a total of, well, actually it was, okay, I worked a little bit in Unreal Engine 3, but for most of my time, like 99% of it has been with Unreal Engine 4. So it was whenever UE4 released, so almost 10 years would be how long I've been working with it. Ever since you had to pay for it initially each month, I think. They quickly got rid of that, but they refunded you, I think. Catch the info in the panel below stream about the game as well. Look, we are going to be, it's on my to-do list to work on to start working on the GDD, in which case that'll be like really, really, really nice. I mostly use blueprints. I know a little bit of C++. The other programmers working for us are much better with that, but I mostly do blueprints. Not always the most efficient, but we make it work. There's some things, of course, you can't do with blueprints, right? I like being able to visually follow the path. That's exactly why I use it. I'm really bad with traditional programming. Even though I know the logic and I can do the logic in blueprints, being able to see it is just so much easier. Like, okay, this to this to this to this. Seeing the flow of logic, I guess, in 3D or in 2D, not 3D. Child, okay, we need to check this season. Interested in actual how it looks instead of the VPs. Right now, it is just very minimal. We are in pre-production, and understandably, that isn't the most interesting to look at, but it is. Every game starts off this way, right? With prototypes and testing ideas. In your opinion, full game can be made just with BP without C++? Yes, it can, but there are some things you can't do in blueprints that you would have to solve with C++, just because not everything is exposed to blueprints. However, there's a lot that a programmer could expose to you in blueprints. But like, for instance, most base classes, you can't change anything about their qualities unless you get into C++. So, unfortunately. But you can 100% make full games in blueprints. And for the most part, they aren't significantly... they're not significantly worse in performance than C++, just because they are behind the scenes blocks of C++ code. This particular game or just a full game? This particular game is going to need some C++. And I think that for the most part, when our programmers get to working on the vertical slice, we will need to push some of these things into C++ for better code-based management. But if I'm solo dev and don't know C++, it's still possible to make game with Blueprint without other devs' help. Yes. Yes. It just depends on the type of game. Like, if you have a game in mind, you can describe it to me, and I can help you with telling you if some things can be done or can't be. But keep in mind that I'm not a full expert on everything. But I will tell you if I'm confident in something or I'm not, so. Get the icon. And actually, when I'm done with this too, I will be talking about a couple things related to video game production to put up on our YouTube channel for educational content. So if you're interested in video game production, or you're interested in becoming a producer, those would be very interesting probably to listen to. Yeah, there are a lot of tutorials and a lot of free content, so much free content that you can freely use. But yeah, Fraser's right. Any knowledge of C++ or good coding practices will only make you a better blueprinter. You shouldn't. You shouldn't need to. There might be a little bit of scripting, but I doubt that it would be C++ scripting. You shouldn't need necessarily anything in C++ to get a game on itch.io or on Steam even. You shouldn't need it. But I believe in our Discord, there is somebody who I've worked with before, and he was, I believe, in charge of doing some of the Steamworks stuff. So if you had specific questions, you could ask him. No, C# a little. I'm a game designer. Work with Unity mostly. Another game designer. What's up? That's me too. But I didn't work with Unity that much. Mostly Unreal. Okay, did I do this properly? I think so. I think we're good. Yeah, they are closely related. I would say the biggest issue with Unreal and C++ is not learning C++ itself, but learning the API of Unreal. Okay, we got all the icons showing up, which is good. Now we just need to ideally situate them better. We could use tooltips for this too, actually. Might do that. I think it's the same class. We use the same class for these icons, right? Not ingredient info. It is ingredient info. Okay. Let's do that. Let's make a little tooltip. From what I've heard, it's easier to go from C++ to C# than to the other way. Yeah, I think I've heard the same thing too. I'm just not a traditional programmer, so I'm not the best spokesperson. Let's make a quick text tooltip. And that'll just be a border with text inside. I can tell what I was good in C#. I like Unreal because it have a lot of things out of the box. It really does, yeah. In Unity, you have almost nothing. All you need to buy an asset store, and it's exactly. It's like unmaintained, or it doesn't work with newer versions. And like you said, Unreal is just really nice for. Yeah, you need multiplayer? Yeah, it's right there. It works. And we test it because we make a game, a very popular game, using the engine that we're releasing. Which I think is one of the smartest moves that Epic has done. Brushed color, let's make it like that. Text. Oh, that is really small, isn't it? Oh, you know what? Let's just replace it with a canvas panel. Oh. Godot is to Unity as Blender is to 3ds Max. I would even prefer Godot to some extent over Unity. At least nowadays. The text is variable. For Blender over 3ds Max, nice. Exactly, because Blender is better than 3ds Max in many aspects, but Godot is far behind from Unity. I like Godot mainly just, it really is behind. Like, it certainly doesn't have as much as Unity does or as much legacy, but I think Godot is really becoming a great option for 2D smaller scope games. But if you want to make 3D, of course, and you don't want to work in Unreal, you really only have Unity. Or a, proprietary engine, right? Yeah, Godot being open source is really, really great. I think Godot will end up at least taking over the 2D scene from Unity going forward. And the 3D scene right now is still fighting a battle between choosing Unity or choosing... It does have a lot of bugs, that's true. It's fair. Fair. It's gonna go through a difficult time, right? Where they need to keep pushing. They need to push and they need to push hard. Create widget on construct. Should we store the enum? What should we do? We could create a function too. And you know what? Let's just create let's just create an event or something. Let's create a function. Build tooltip input enum. Actually, we'll input a string. And I'm only going to do this just because it'll save me some time. Do text. Create widget. Text tooltip. Text, set text, tooltip, set tooltip. Oh, there we go. I think that'll do it. Return. I just like the visual layout and blueprint. Yeah, I really do. Getting real. Final Fantasy VII Chocobo Racing Gold Sauce arrives from this music. This is the old school RuneScape. We were using like a chill hop playlist because they allow their shit on Twitch and YouTube, but even though they said that they don't do claims, I was still getting copyright claims. And I think I like RuneScape music, there's a shit ton of it, and apparently they don't do any claims at all. So 6,000. I will tell you, I have worked on a game where it certainly felt like there were that many bugs. And I was not happy. And it wasn't the coder's fault, I'll tell you that. They wanted to fix the bugs. They did not have time to fix the bugs. Should work, and then we can put it here, right? I agree. For you don't want bugs in your tool, in your engine, much less. It's kind of the worst place to have the bugs. I mean, granted it being open source helps, but they need more contributors. Sure, Unity has a lot of bugs in their game engine as well, but it's probably a lot harder. Yeah, but the issue is there's a lot of bugs in like the in all the plugins that are just then unmaintained. I mean, every engine has their quirks, right? Positives and negatives. I think with Epic though, you just get the support of a ton of developers who are also making a game with their engine. So they have a financial and personal incentive to fix bugs in their engine. We need to organize this blueprint. Too big. Build tooltip. I don't like that I'm gonna have to enum to string this, but so Epic is used by so many AAA companies they can't afford to let. That's true. That's true. I also just vastly prefer their pricing model because it's easy to understand. I don't have to like jump through a bunch of mental hoops to understand the pricing model for selling my game through Epic. You have open source. They have like a, it's not like open source, it's like source available. Or do they do pull requests from community members? Or is it like you have to be a verified contributor or something first? I don't really know how they set it up. I don't really know the proper term for it, for them. Okay, this should work. Let's test it on the biomes. We should get a little tooltip on them. Yes. Okay. It's pretty decent size too, actually. I don't think I'll change that. That works. Yeah, he's got a full-time job though, so he might have just had to do something. He mentioned, I think today, that he had a task that was pretty tough because he didn't know how to do it. So he might just be trying to focus and get that released. Or thrown in the repo. Build tooltip. Yeah. I like when other animals dream. It's pretty funny. Our cat sometimes does, and she, mouth and whiskers start twitching. Pretty funny. Yeah, he's just focusing. That's fine. We like our lurkers. Should be good, right? We should get tooltips on everything. That's working. I just want a better visual layout of those now. That's my only concern with that. Let's get this organized too. This looks like trash. Set up ingredient. Information data. C++ and C# are very similar, and UE5 has memory management like in C#, but I would say you should know how computer are handling memory in any language. That's true. There's just some basic really good practices too that you can follow in Unreal to avoid making some pretty big mistakes. Or at least knowing, you know, which variables are best for different situations. Because then you can kind of you can plan better what variables you're going to need for something. Like, okay, is it better to have a string here or text here? Well, if you're going to display anything onto UMG, it's going to be in text for the most part. But text is not easy to work with. Like, there aren't a lot of functions to modify text. So it's usually, those are things that are localized. So if you plan to do a lot of appending or splitting of strings, store it as a string. Just things like that, those are good to know. Or hey, if you put something on event tick, that means that all that logic is going to fire every frame of the game. Do you want that logic firing every frame of the game? Maybe not. Biome icons. Add ingredient white environment icons. Does Unity allow you to collapse to function like you can so easily do in Unreal? I do not know. That question was probably not aimed at me anyway. Build season icons. Okay, what is this monster for? Oh, it's for effects. So he means that if I like have a bunch of nodes, for instance, like here, I can select them, right click, and collapse to a function, and then it creates a new function with that. And then I can, you know, name it and adjust it and all that stuff. You can also collapse to a macro as well. Ingredient, flavor. Oh, that's cool. That's nice. Add ingredient tags. All right. A bit better now. Uh-oh, working Unity next class here. Uh-oh. We have a little bit of vertical height that we can work with here for this. This is a vertical or a horizontal box, right? Yes. Vertical box. Ingredient tertiary info box is a horizontal. I'm gonna wrap this ingredient focus on. What I might do is a vertical box with 3 horizontal boxes. We done one line of code needs a lot of blueprints. It's true. That is true. Especially mathematical blueprints. Holy shit, dude. Math blueprints are cancers. I think math blueprints are some of the worst offenders. I had one recently that's just, and it's not even the worst that it could be. I've got professional games programming next semester, and then experimental game design at the start of 2025, and advanced games programming the semester after that. All those will likely involve group work, so I don't necessarily get my own choice for game engine. You know what? For math VPs, you have formula VP. Yeah, you do, that's true. You're not wrong. I never use it. Of course there's an easier way, but why would I do things the easy way? Wrap this with a horizontal box. No, vertical box. Wrap with a vertical box. And then I want 3 will be ingredient. What do we want? Biomes? Be biomes, light requirements, seasons. Let's duplicate. Duplicate. White, Rex. Season. There's also a lot of nice plugins too that help with like math nodes. There's one that I particularly enjoy using, which is the I think it's like extended LE or something, low entry or something. LE extended library. This has a nice a lot of nice blueprints just to do, you know, miscellaneous things. Really, really nice. And I think that's free. We don't know effects yet, so I'm purposefully not saying that we will or won't have any effects, primarily because I want to design effects that are useful for the game rather than create effects and then find uses in the game for them. At least that's how I want to start. I want to make sure that the first effects we add are ones that are actually going to have an impact on the gameplay, either through NPCs needing them or using them in the open world, you know, buffs and heals and stuff like that. A little hard for me, it's understanding UE pipeline. I mean, what a way to make games, how components talk to each other, blueprint to each other. I can teach some of that, because I also agree that that was, when I started, like, I didn't get it. I didn't get it. It just was like, okay, but I have blueprint here, I have blueprint A, and I have blueprint B. How do I send data to each other? And what if I want more than one blueprint B? How do I make sure I'm getting the right one? So I can teach that if you want, at some point in the future. Can we add a text? Yeah, but I want to clear children, so I'm actually going to wrap these in another horizontal box. It's going to look a little weird. You remember I mentioned that just the craziest thing about Unreal UMG is just all these hierarchies of widgets. But this way I can put text here. And that way I can clear the children from these boxes without it causing any problem to the text. BPs to BPs, BPs to components and back, BPs to components on other BPs, BPs and components to world BPs. Yeah. Yeah, we could go through all that. I mean, I'm getting tired, so I hope this is right, but think of each BP as a class, and components are predefined functions that can be called within the BP to do something. We can have like components that are visual and components that are just like backends for logic. Like a movement component, right, is not something that's visual, but it is a set of logic that's already built. So if you want to have a pawn that has movement, you can just add that component, change the player's pawn to that new one, and they can move around with that pawn now. Visual component is a function that displays something on screen, right, with a vector associated with it. I mean, anything like visual on here is technically anything here in this component hierarchy is a component. So there's like so many different types of, yeah, ones with transforms, ones without, and then just different classes of those, right? Like a static mesh component is its own class with, you know, obviously a static mesh and a material and all its own like physics things, and the physics part of that is a separate class that you can add, so. But they're predefined, so I can just add a static mesh component and it has all this built in. And I can just change which mesh I'm giving to it. This is the biomes. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's fine. You use a lot of components made by you or mostly built in? I use all built-in components. Like, I haven't necessarily made my own components. I've made my own like classes. For instance, this is you know, built on a class of interactable, which I have here, and then I've made children that who parent from that class, and in here I can just place some, you know, a collision box essentially. But it has just so many, yeah, like Fraser says, it has everything you see here is all built-in classes. Everything we've made so far is all built-in classes. No coding has been required. I don't even have a project file made for it yet, so no binaries. And same with like all the widget stuff, right? I don't like that being so long. This looks bad. I'll just call it light. I was thinking of just giving it a tooltip to explain it a little bit, but we don't need that yet. Okay, that's centered. That's okay-ish. Let's update this. I actually need to clear the children from ingredient light recs and ingredient seasons. Well, I'll just keep that there. Wrap those text fields in a size box so you can set how wide you want them to be so you can align the boxes. I was wondering if I wanted to align the boxes though. Maybe I could. I didn't think it would be super necessary to align them right now, but maybe we want them to. Maybe it would look a lot better. The labels, yeah. I don't think wrapping it in a size box. I don't know. It's like tit for tat, right? Maybe we could wrap them. I could do it in a couple ways, actually. I might do 2 vertical boxes here. One with the text and one with the horizontal boxes. And then that way it will always... What do we... Okay, so vertical box here. Be horizontal. Those are fine. I mean, can keep this a vertical box, but actually I should probably change this to a horizontal box. And then wrap this with a vertical box. And then in this horizontal box, add a new vertical box. And move all of the... Where'd my text go? I need to move the text here. I'm getting lost in my boxes. There's too many boxes. We didn't name these. Wait, why do we have two? Place with child. Place with child. Okay, and these go to the other vertical box. Sorry guys, give me a sec. No, because we will have that issue, won't we? And you have to line them vertically. Oh yeah, I know, fuck. Actually, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I didn't think that would work. But that works. Okay. You know, UMG is such... I feel bad for any Unreal Engine UMG programmers. It's so frustrating. It's just boxes within boxes within boxes. And one small change can just ruin all of it. I should specialize in UMG. I personally, I kind of enjoy it too. Like it's a fun little, it's like a little puzzle, right? I think you would be really desirable by companies. I've just never seen like a UI. I haven't seen many UI programmer positions open. That's just me. I love it so much more than UV wrapping. Oh my god, dude. UV unwrapping is... I tried that once. I will never do it again. Ever. You can't make me. Okay, we need to clear these boxes. We did. Well, this one will go in ingredient biomes. This ingredient light requirements. And this is ingredient season. Let's give that a test. That looks pretty good, I think. I think that looks pretty decent. It's good enough for a prototype, right? Well, let me get my diffuser working. You guys can tell me what you think of this. Oh. some eucalyptus. So just to a tutor yesterday, someone needs to do a new projection mapping method for UV unwrapping that just projects perpendicular to the average plane for each phase. That's already lost on me. That's already over my head. I am a systems designer. I can make you systems that feel good and are fun. But please don't ask me to do anything about art. Who's pinging me? Dredge server. You know what? Dredge is honestly a serious contender for my game of the year. Dredge was really good. Okay, let me see. We got this done. I think that's kind of everything we wanted to do today. Just some small stuff, right? But and when you do UV unwrap, you usually either project it in a box or a sphere. Right? Yeah. So some faces don't always align with the UV map. Yeah. Yeah, I know that much at least. That isn't lost on me. But I think what you're about to say will be. Let us see. Versioning. We kind of did that. Pretty good on that. Oh wait. Oh yeah, we did that. It's stationing up, organized content browser. That's pretty good for now. Instead of using a box or a sphere, you map each face from a point, pointing directly out from each face. I will take your word for it. Let me do that. And also let me... Let me go to the... Look, I'm a visual person, okay? I need, like... Somebody needs to make a graphic of how it's gonna work. But also I'm a little tired. Let me just get these in. Let's just put these in here. I don't care. Give me a second to go to the bathroom, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to talk about known unknown matrix and production phases. A little bit of educational content that I'm going to put up on our YouTube, hopefully. And hopefully that'll interest some of you guys here. All right, give me a few minutes. I'll be back in like 5, and we'll be back with some production stuff. I'll make sure to update our stream stuff as well. All right, BB. Okay, I'm back. Damn, needs to be bumping. Alright. Switch scenes. Cool. I don't think we'll want music in the background of these. Or if we do, it should be something a little bit more calm. At least compared to this song, right? It's a little bit much for talking about. Let's switch to this one. Switch back to some very soft, relaxing. Hello, YouTube. So I want to try something. I want to try. My plan is to not stop streaming, but I think I can stop the recording separately. And so that'll be Cauldron Chronicles development stream done. And then I can start a new recording. Because really, look, I don't have much time. I also have a part-time job. I don't have enough time to like professionally edit videos. So I think I'll just say, yeah, I'll just try to like stop the recording for this. Say bye to Cauldron Chronicles. And then we'll start a new recording and just like jump into it. And of course, like questions, 100% allowed. Please feel free to ask questions. Please feel free to contradict, because then we'll just not upload that. We'll fix anything if it's like blatantly wrong, and we'll do it. What about dark puns? I don't know, you can. I'm pretty sure if people are watching my content on YouTube, they should know that these are all ripped from the streams, so they can do whatever they want. Did I pay my credit card this month? It's a very random thing to say, but let me just double check. Like, I have 100% on-time payments. I'm not planning to change that now. Yeah, we're okay. I don't use my credit cards like other people use credit cards. I use them like debit cards with bonuses. Never spend more than you have. Okay, let me load this up then. All right, I will stop. I'm gonna hide this. Yeah, I'm gonna hide that. We're gonna keep chat open. I will stop recording and start a new one. So if you've joined me, if you're just watching this on YouTube, you're watching my Cauldron Chronicles streams, thank you so much. Please give us a subscribe, like the video, the usual stuff. You don't have to hit the notification bell. I don't think that means anything to the algorithm, and it's just annoying. You don't want 5 billion notifications, so don't do that part of it. That's dumb. Nobody does that. All right, but see ya. All right, stop.